Welcome to this JMeter course. Whether you are beginner or looking to enhance your skills, this course will guide you through the fundamentals and advanced features of Apache JMeter. JMeter is a powerful open source tool used for performance testing, load testing, and functional testing of web applications.
JMeter is an open source tool designed for performance and load testing of applications. It helps developers and testers measure how well a system performs under various conditions by simulating multiple users accessing the application. We can perform the application load performance and stress testing by using Apache JMeter. It is an open source. Why we use Apache JMeter? We can perform the performance testing and we can set the lot of user accessing it at the same time. Same as well, we can perform the load testing by using JMeter, and it works with different types of application protocol like web, FTP, and databases. JMeter is easy to use and it is a user-friendly interface. It is an open source. You do not need to pay any amount for using this tool because it is an open source. In JMeter provides the clear reports and you can view the results, and it integrates with other tools in development process. You can integrate the JMeter with Selenium for automation testing. In this tutorial, we will cover how to download the Java setup environment variables. After this setup environment variables, I will show you how you can verify whether the Java installed and working properly in a machine, and then download the JMeter. After this, I will show you how to run the JMeter. So let's begin. I have already downloaded the Java. So I will show you how to verify the setup environment variables in a system. Click on search and search here, edit the system environment variables. Click on environment variables. Now you can create the new system variables. Just enter here Java underscore home and the complete paths where the Java installed. As here I set Java underscore home and then enter the value C program files Java JDK. Open C program files and then click on Java JDK and then copy this complete path, paste here in variable value and enter variable name Java underscore home. After this, you need to set the path for environment variables. Just here enter Java underscore home and then backslash and then bin and then click on OK. You can easily set this environment variable. Now I will show you how you can verify that Java installed in a machine and it's working properly. Open CMD and then enter Java dash version. Here you can view the Java version 12 is successfully installed in a system. If you are unable to get this version, it means you need to verify the environment variable. Then you can use the JMeter because you need to set the environment variables. Then you can run the JMeter. Let's now I will show you how to download the JMeter and then run JMeter. Open Chrome browser and search here Apache JMeter download. Click on download Apache JMeter. Now scroll down and here click on Apache JMeter and download this zip file. I have already downloaded this zip file. So now I will show you how to unzip this file, and then right click on this Apache JMeter 5.6.3 extract files, and then click on OK. You do not need to install the Apache JMeter in a system. Just you need to open this folder, which is Apache JMeter 5.6.3, and then click open this bin folder and click on this Apache JMeter executable jar file. Now, JMeter will open. You do not need to install the JMeter. You just need to open this file. Here you can view JMeter has been successfully opened. We are going to talk about the JMeter folders structure and files. In previous tutorial, I have explained about the setup environment variable for JMeter and download JMeter in a system. So let's begin. First, you need to extract this folder Apache JMeter 5.6.3, and then open this Apache 5.6.3. Inside this Apache 5.6.3, multiple folders are available: bin, docs, extras, library, license, and printable docs. Lib folder contains scripts and executable files to launch JMeter and perform various tasks. If I open this bin folder, if you want to run the JMeter in a GUI mode, you can simply double click on this Apache JMeter executable jar file. Suppose you want to stop or run the JMeter, you can perform this action by this bin folder, and you can perform the various tasks by using this folder. Bin docs all contains files that provide information on using JMeter and its features. By using this doc folder, you can view the documentation that provides the information of using the JMeter. The extra directory for additional tools and utilities that complement JMeter functionality. Lib folder contains core libraries essential for JMeter operation and testing capabilities. The license include license information and terms of use for JMeter. README, if I open this README, a file providing an overview and instructions on setup and using JMeter. By using this README, you can view the instructions and how you can set up the JMeter. Close this. Inside this bin folder, the example folder are available that contains sample test plans that demonstrate JMeter feature and its usage. Here you can view the different folders are available. CSV, and suppose you want to perform the load testing of login page. In this scenario, you need to import the file with the CSV or Excel in which the multiple users and passwords are available. Then you can perform the load testing of the login page. In upcoming tutorial, I will explain how you can import the file and perform the load testing by adding multiple users. Inside this report template provides templates for generating custom test reports. In JMeter, you can generate a custom test report. This templates includes pre-configured test plan templates for quick setup and testing. In this folder, multiple predefined test plan templates are available. Suppose you want to perform the load testing in DB. Here you can view the jdbc.jmx. All files are present with the same extension .jmx. Just you need to import this JMX file in JMeter and you can use this templates. We are going to explore the JMeter graphical user interface. In previous tutorial, I have explained about the folders in JMeter. Open the Apache JMeter 5.6.3. In previous tutorial, I have explained about the bin docs extra slim license folder. So let's begin. Open the bin folder. Inside this bin folder, you can open the JMeter by using Apache JMeter executable jar file. Simply you can open the JMeter by using JMeter Windows batch file. Open this Windows batch file. Then here you can view this is the graphical user interface of JMeter. In this CMD file you can view don't use mode for load testing, only for test creation and test debugging. It means you can only create test case and debugging in the graphical user interface, and for performing load testing use the command line. Let's explore these options in JMeter. In first, when you open the JMeter, you will view this interface. First is a test plan. Inside this plan, you can view the properties, the test plan properties. Here you can change the plan name and you can add here name and value. Let's right click add. You can create a thread group inside this. In upcoming tutorial, I will explain about this number of threads and this configuration. Inside this thread group, you can add the logic controller like transaction controller. In file option, you can create a new file, and in template option, you can use the predefined templates. In previous tutorial, I have explained the templates. You can view the templates here in the bin folder and templates. These are the predefined templates you can use. You just need to import these templates and simply you can use in JMeter. Same, you can merge the test case, save file and save test plan and save selection as. In file option, you can also restart the JMeter. In edit option, you can cut and copy paste. You can create the test plan, duplicate and save as test fragment and disable. Suppose you want to disable this option, which is transaction controller, simply click on disable. In JMeter, you can enable and disable the element by right click and click on disable. In the search option, you can search the any option element in this tree and replace by using these options. In the run options, start and start now pauses options are available. Either you can clear or you can clear all. In the options, you can use the log viewer. After click on log viewer, here when the test running, the log will generate here. And SSL manager options are available in JMeter. Simply you can change the value here. Multiple languages are available, English, French. You can simply change the value, change this value from here, and zoom in and zoom out options both are available. You can zoom out and zoom in by using these options. In the help section, helps are available. What this note enable debugging, disable debugging, and if you want to know about the Apache JMeter, in the documentations are available after clicking on this about JMeter, and these are the useful links like release notes, create an issue. If you need any help related to the JMeter, these are the useful links. These are the few quick options available in JMeter. If you hover on this here, this is the new option, and some are the templates are available in JMeter. You can reload the templates and merge and cancel. These are the predefined templates are available in JMeter. If you want to save the any test, simply just click on the save. Your test will be saved. It will ask for location where you want to save the file. JMeter file always save with .jmx extension, and these are the file type which is .jmx. Here open option are available. If you want to open any test in JMeter, just click on this open and open your save test here. This cut option available, copy and paste option available. If you want to run your test, this option are available to start, then your test will be start. These are the clean option. After running the test, suppose you want to clear the result, you can simply click on this clear all option. These are the search option and reset search function, help dialog, and if I click on this here, you can view the JMeter UI defaults applying font scale factor. We are going to explore the JMeter thread group and elements like config elements, timers, assertions, and listener. By the end of this tutorial, we'll know how to set up and optimize your test plan for effective load testing. So let's begin. In previous tutorial, I have explained about the UI interface of JMeter. In the test plan, first when you open the JMeter, you will see the test plan by default this. Now, right click on this add and thread group, click on thread group. Thread group represents the core of your JMeter test, defining the number of virtual users that JMeter will simulate. The number of threads sets the total number of virtual users that JMeter will simulate. Run up period specify the time JMeter takes to launch all the virtual users gradually, while loop count determines the number of times each user repeat to test scenario. Suppose you enter the number of users 2. Now the 2 users will access the application. If you enter the 2 and the loop count, now the total number of users is 4, because first 2 users will access the application and then again this 2 user will access the applications. So loop count here is equal to 2. Let's understand the HTTP request inside this add sampler. Here HTTP option available. Here you can set default values for your HTTP request like base URL to avoid repetition and make test plan dynamic. Here enter the protocol. There are two protocols like HTTP and HTTPS. Here you need to enter the HTTPS and then enter the server name or IP and then enter the port number. And here multiple HTTP requests are available: get, host, and here put. In the path option, suppose you want to perform the load testing on dashboard. Here you just need to enter the IP and then enter the /home, so you can perform the load testing on home. In upcoming tutorial, I will explain how you can set up here in HTTP request. Inside this request, here timer option are available. Different timers are available. Constant timer. It will add delays between requests to simulate real users' behaviors and prevent overwhelming the server. Inside this add assertions option also available. Assertions basically used to validate the response from the server, ensuring it meets expected criteria like status or content. Suppose after getting the response, you will get the specific response code like 200 success response. You can verify the response by using assertions. In the listener section, listener used for reporting and result purposes. Here view result tree. View result tree collects and displays test result, providing insight into performing metrics and test success. In the view result tree, you can view the either the request is passed or failed, and also you can verify the response code here. We are going to talk about the HTTP request in JMeter. If you are testing a website or web application, you need to send HTTP request to simulate how user interact with your site. In this tutorial, I will explain what HTTP request, thread group, and listener are and how they are work together. So let's begin. First, when you open the JMeter, you will see the test plan by default. Right click on this test plan, add and thread group. Let's talk about the thread group. It is like container for your test. The thread group tells JMeter how many number of users or thread you want to simulate and how many times you want to run the test. Each thread send HTTP request server just like real users. Now add the HTTP request. Right click on this thread group, add and sampler. Click on HTTP request. HTTP request sampler. This is the part where you define what request you want to send. For example, if you want to test login into a website, you will configure the HTTP request to send the necessary login details. You can set the server name, path parameters, and much more in this sample. Here, you need to enter the HTTP request. Let's open this site. Here in the, you can view the protocol. Here use copy this HTTPS, enter HTTPS protocol here. Next thing here you need to do, enter the server name or IP. here blessmeter.com, copy this and enter here in server name. Suppose you want to perform the load testing for events or webinars company. In this scenario, you need to enter the path here. If you enter blessmeter.com, it will perform the load testing on this page. Here you need to select the get request. Now add the listener. After adding the HTTP request, right click on HTTP, add listener and view result. Listener help you view the result of your test. It shows you how your HTTP request performed when they were successful. If your request successful, you will get the response 200 here. For example, the view result listener lets you see each request and its response. In view result 3, you can view each request and its response. This helps you analyze the performance and troubleshoot if something goes wrong. Let's run. By clicking on this, you can start the test. Here we enter number of users 1 and run period 1 and loop count also 1. By clicking on this button, here it will ask either you want to save this test. So click on this yes. Now this test will be saved by .jmx extension. Click on save. Now test has been running. Inside this result tree, you can view the request and responses. Either the test it shows green, it means the test has been successfully run, and the sampler results here response code is 200. It means the request successfully sent to the server and the response message okay. In the request section, here we just sent the get and the server name blessmeter.com. In the response data, you will get the response from the server. Let's change the number of user here. In this scenario, here we just sent the number of user 1. Now change the number of user here from 1 to 2. In this scenario, 2 requests will be sent to the server. Let's clear the result by using clear all and run again test. Here you can view the 2 requests have been successfully sent to the server. In the request, here we can view the request sent to the server. Here we just entered the URL of the application. In the response data, we get the response from the server. We are going to talk about the assertions in JMeter. So let's begin. First, understand the assertions. Then I will show you practically how to add assertions in JMeter. What is assertions? In JMeter, assertions are used to compare the expected result, what we want the response to be, while the actual results, what the server actually sends back. If the expected equal to actual results, if the expected and actual results match, the assertions passes, otherwise it fails. This helps quickly identify issues and ensure applications behaves correctly during testing. For example, we expect 200 is our expected results, but we are getting 500 server server error in a response. In this scenario, the outcomes test fails because the actual result is not equal to expected result, because our expected response code is 200, but we are getting the response code from server 500. In this scenario, the test fails because the actual result does not match the expected results. Open JMeter. Let's open the previous request, HTTP request. This is the thread group, and here we just enter the number of threads, tab period, and loop count. Open HTTP request. Here we can change the request name less meter. Now add the assertions by using this request. Right click, add, and then assertions. Here multiple assertions are available. Click on response assertions. Response code assertions, check if the response status code like 200 response is correct or not. Click on response code and click on add. Here enter 200. Let's click on this play button to run the test. Here we are expecting the result if you add the assertions. By default you are not getting any results, but if the assertions fails, here you will get the error. Here we are expecting the response code is equal to 200. Let's change the value here 200 to 201 for verifying the test. Now here you can view we are getting the failed and it marks with the red, because let's open this. Here test failed code expected to contain 20, because our expected response code is equal to 200. 201, because we are expecting 201, but we are getting the response from server 200. Let's open this, and here response code is equal to 200. Let's add another assertions. Here right click on this request, add assertions, and click on response assertions. Click on response message. Set as well, we can verify the response message which is okay, and change here verify response message. Same change here response assertion name, verify response code 200. Now again run this test, clear this test, click on this. Here test case has been failed because 201 getting change value here in the 201 to 200. Let's again run this test. Here test case has been passed because we are getting the response code 200 and response message okay. Change, we need to enter the here response message, click on add, and our expected response message is okay. Now, again, run this test. Here, test pass because our response message is OK. Change the value here for verifying the assertions OK to OK1 and clear the test and click on the play button. In this scenario, the here it marked failed because our test failed message expected to contain OK1. We are expecting the OK1, but we are getting the response message from server OK. Let's add an other assertion. Click on this and assertion during assertion. During assertions, basically, if I click on this, this is the load time. Suppose you want the page load in 100 millisecond. So we can verify the load time by using duration assertion. Ensure that the request time is not too long with 1000 millisecond. Change here value. Okay, let's again run this test case running, and here we are getting failed because the operation lasted too long. It looks 744 millisecond, but should not. Here we define the response, the page load in 1000 millisecond, but it takes more than 1000 seconds. So test case will be failed because the expected and actual results are not equal. In JMeter same as well, we can verify the size in byte. Size in byte. So right click on this Parameter assertions and click on size assertion. Here multiple options are available. Suppose you want to verify the complete page size, so you will use the full response. If you want to verify the size of a header, so use response headers. And if you want to verify the size of only body, so click on this radio button. Here multiple options are available. You can also verify the response code and response message. Suppose in this scenario we want to verify the full response, and our response size is equal to, click on this, response size is equal to there 172 169, and click on this, click on size assertion. Here change the size assertion, then verify size and enter size in bytes. Here let's clear this test and again run this script. Click on view result tree and verify size. This test failed because the result was the wrong size. It was equal to this bytes but should have been equal to 172 169 bytes. Here we enter 172 169, but it's not equal to this bytes. Here multiple assertions are available in JMeter. You can verify the compare the actual and expected results by using these assertions.
We are going to talk about the thread group in JMeter. Thread group is the main part of any JMeter test. It helps us set up the number of users, how quickly they start, how many times they repeat the test, and what do if something goes wrong. So let's begin. Right-click on test plan. First, when you open the JMeter, you will view this interface test plan only. Inside this test plan, you can add the HTTP request, you can add the thread group, and also you can add reports here by using listener file. Click on this file. First I will show you how to add thread group. Click on add threads and then click on thread group. Here you can view the name thread group. Here you can set the name of the thread group. Suppose you have multiple thread groups, you want to perform the login page testing and page code. So every test case you have a different thread group. So in this scenario, you need to enter the thread group name unique because you can easily identify the thread group by name. Same as well, you can enter the comments in the comment field. Thread number of thread users. This options tells JMeter how many virtual users to create for the test. Each user thread act like a real person using the website or app. More users mean more load on the system. Here, if you enter 1, it means one user access the application. If you set the number of users 5 or 50, then 50 virtual users will be access the application. In this scenario, the total number of users will be 50. Ramp up period. This is the time JMeter takes to start all the users. It controls how fast the users are added. A long ramp up period means users are added more slowly. If you enter 50, then this request will be complete in 50 seconds, and it makes the slow script. Loop count. The loop count shows how many times each user should repeat the test action. You can set it to a fixed number or choose forever to keep repeating the actions. Here, two options are available. Either you can mark this checkbox. If you set the infinite, now test case will not stop. If you set the loop count is equal to 5 and set here 10, now the total number of user equal to 50 because here you set the loop count equal to 5 and total number of users will access the application 50. Continue option. This keeps running even if an error occur. Suppose you set here thousands number of users and after 500 requests you are getting error from server. In this scenario, your test case will not stop because here you set the continue even the error occur. You need to check in the response why you are getting the response from the servers and when you are getting the error from the server, in which request you need to identify. So here majority these options you need to set. Continue. Start next thread group. The current user is skipped to the next loop if they are an error occur. Stop thread. Only the user that has an error stop. Stop test. The whole test stops immediately if an error happens. If you mark this stop test and run the test, suppose after the 100 request you are getting some error and server are not responding your request, so your test case will be stopped because you set here stop test if an error occur. Delays thread. These options create user only when needed instead of all at once. It helps save memory and reduces the load on your system. Let's add the HTTP request, remove this and open, click on file, open, and then click on HTTP request, click on no, and here you can view, we set here some assertions we can disable by right click and then click on disable. This is assertions for duration. Right click and disable. Same as well we can disable. Now I will show you how to set the loop count here. Suppose you set here 10 number of users and click on start, then test case will be start. Click on start. In view result tree, we can view the request. In the request, we sent only the URL and the request is get method. This is the protocol here, HTTPS. We sent 10 request and here we can get the response from the server. Here multiple options are available. You can change here JSON or and other options you can change here. Now, if you set here 10, now 100 requests will be sent to the server. You can clear the results by using clear option. Click on this and clear. Here you can view the result has been cleared. Same, you need to just click on this continue and the test will be start. It will gradually start adding the users. In this scenario, 100 requests will be sent to the server because here we set the loop count is equal to 10. And here you can view the total time. Same as well here you can add the different listener summary report, agree report, and here you can view the total number of samples sent. If you set here 100 requests sent to the server, then samples equal to 100. And if you are getting some error, then here you can view the error in a percentage. We are going to talk about the HTTP test script recorder in JMeter. It is a simple tool that helps you record and create test plan quickly. So let's begin. Open JMeter. Few are the configurations for HTTP test script recorder. I will show you step by step how you can configure for HTTP test script recorder. First, open the JMeter and then open browser. In the browser, you need to set the proxy and install the certificate for HTTP script recorder. First, I will show you how you can configure the HTTP script recorder in JMeter. Then I will show you how you can install the certificate and set the proxy for the JMeter. When you open the JMeter first interface, you will see this test plan and then right and side test plan and the comments. Right click on test plan, add thread and then click on thread group. In the thread group, you can enter the number of users, runtime periods, how much time you need to run the script, and this is the loop count. If you want to add the loop count, suppose you add here 10 users and then enter here 10, it means the total number of requests 100 will be sent to the server. In previous tutorial, I have already explained this all the functionality in the thread group. So right click on this thread group and logic controller. Here One options are available, which is recording controller. Click on recording controller. In the recording controller, here you can enter the name as well comments and clear all the recorded samples. Here options are also available. Now click on the test plan thread and then non-test elements and then click on HTTP test script record. Here you can enter the HTTP test script recorder name, comments, and in this port section, you need to define the port. Here enter 8080 port and few are the options are available here: test plan creation and request filtering. After sending request to this server, you can set the filter. Here two options are available: include and exclude. Suppose few requests you do not want to view here in the HTTP request after recording, you can exclude. And if you want to any request, so here you can use the include. Here one option is available: URL pattern to include. Here you need to define the pattern. Now set up the configuration for HTTP script recorder. Open the Firefox and then click on setting. In the settings section, search here proxy. For HTTP test script recorder, you need to configure here localhost. Here you can enter 127.0.0.1 and then enter same port 8080, same as well here port 8080. Make sure these ports are same. Either you will get the error and you cannot record the scripts. And after setting this manual proxy configuration, you need to select this manual proxy configuration radio button and then click on OK. Now you need to install the certificate for HTTP script recorder. Click on setting and search here certificate. Here view certificates. Click on this view certificates. For importing this certificate, when first time you will click on this start, the certificate will be generated in the bin root folder. Here you can view uh, Apache JMeter temporary root certificate. So let's begin. Click on this start. After click on this start, it will ask for your root CA certificate Apache JMeter temporary. You need to, if here you can view the certificate generated here after running script from this start. Now you can record from Firefox. Click on this OK and then search here JMeter official or JMeter official site and select this. After click on this Apache JMeter, now it will generate the script for you because here we use the HTTP script recorder. After click on this here, you need to click on this stop and then enter the transaction name. Now open this. Here you can view multiple requests have been generated. You can filter out the request from here request filtering options. Suppose few requests you do not want to generate here, so you can use the exclude and there define the pattern. Now before stopping this test script, we need to enter the transaction name. Here enter the transaction name, enter transaction name here JMeter site and then click on stop. By using this HTTP script recorder, You can save time, automatically records HTTP requests instead of creating them manually. By using this HTTP script recorder, Elastic Test Plans capture actual user actions for accurate testing. These are the few benefits of HTTP test script recorder. You can easy to edit, you can modify recorded script to fit your test cases. Handles dynamic data, helps you manage values like session ID after recording, and you can work with browsers compatible with most web browsers for easy recording. Here, if you remember that in the starting tutorial, I have already described here templates are available. Here, multiple templates are available. Here, recording template available. You can use this recording template and use in your test case. So click on this create. It will ask you enter the host name. Here you need to enter the your website name, and this is the HTTPS protocol and recording dot XML recording output file. Click on create now. It will ask you there are the test items that have not been saved because here I did not save this test. So it will ask for save or no. So if I click on no, and here the you can view the user defined variables. In upcoming tutorial I will explain this step by step what is user defined variables, and this is the HTTP request defaults. If you enter the google.com in the server name when we creating the HTTP script recorder template. So here you can view the google.com, and this is the protocol. This is the HTTP cookie manager. Now, in the thread group section, recording controller here. Now, if you use this template, you do not need to create the HTTP request manually, and view result tree here available. You can view here request and the results of the request. By default, this HTTP test script recorder are disabled. You can enable this by using right click and then click on enable. I will explain user defined variables in JMeter. User defined variables, they are so useful if you are working with JMeter and want to simplify your test setup. This video is perfect for you. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to stay updated with more easy tutorials. So let's begin. First, understand what is user defined variables. What is user defined variables? User defined variables in JMeter are custom variables that you can create to store values like URL, username, or other data. They can be used across your test plan. They make your test script cleaner, more flexible, and easier to update. So let's begin. Open JMeter, right click on test plan, add, and then click on thread group. In the thread group, we enter the number of user, ramp up periods in second, and loop count. In previous tutorial, I have already described in detail about the thread group. Right click on thread group, click on sampler, and then click on HTTP request. In HTTP request, suppose we want to perform the performance testing of any application. In application, we need to enter the protocol HTTP or HTTPS. Here we need to enter the server name or IP and then enter the path. Now, this all values we will define in user defined variables. In the test plan, one options are available here. User defined variables. If you enter server name or IP, and so it will implement on the thread group. If you define the user defined variables inside this thread group, so it will inherit it with this current thread group. Right click on thread group, add config element, and then click on user defined variables. In the user defined variables, here we create the variable for server name or IP and path. Same as well, we can create a user defined variables for protocol. Click on add. First, here enter IP, and IP here available. This is the IP and path. Copy this IP and paste here. Remove this protocol because we will define this separately. Click on add and copy the path slash corporate dash training. This is the path. Open JMeter and here define path. Enter path here. Now click on add and create a variable for protocol. Protocol and enter protocol here HTTPS. Now use this variable's name in HTTP request. Open HTTP request and use this variable $IP. Same here use dollar and enter. Here we need to enter protocol. Protocol and enter server name or IP. You need to enter the same variable name, otherwise you will get an error. In the path section, enter path and request is get, because we are fetching the data from server, so we need to select the get HTTP request. Now add listener for result. Click on add listener and then click on view result tree. Click on this icon. First you need to save. Click on save and then click on this icon. Here you can view request has been successfully sent. This is the request and request body. This is the HTTP request get and the protocol is HTTPS, and this is the complete URL of the application. In the response data, we are getting the response from the server. This is the response headers. Few are the benefits of user defined variables. We can reuse because we store values like URL or credentials in user defined variables, and we can reuse them across the test plan. Easy maintenance because change a value in one place and it updates everywhere the variable is used. Also, it helps in environment flexibility. Quickly switch between environments like staging to production by updating variables, because we just need to change here the URL of the production and we can perform the load testing of the production application. It reduces the errors, minimize the risk of mistakes when updating values in multiple locations. In the HTTP request, we do not need to any change. We just change here in user defined variables. Defined variables improve readability, makes test script cleaner and easier to understand. We are going to talk about HTTP request defaults in JMeter. This is a useful feature that helps you set common settings like the server name, port, or protocol for all your HTTP requests in one place. It saves times and makes your test plan simple and easy to manage. So let's begin. Right click on test plan. When first time you open the JMeter, you can view this screen. Only test plan here option available. In the test plan, you can enter the test plan name and comments, and these are the user defined variables. Here you can set the user defined variables. In previous tutorial, I have explained in detail about the user defined variables. Right click on test plan thread group and then click on thread group. Here you can enter the number of threads, ramp up periods, and loop count. In previous tutorial, I have already described this thread group in detail. Right click on this add and add HTTP request. Here we need to enter the protocol server name, path, and the HTTP request. Let's add an other HTTP request. Right click on thread group, sampler, and HTTP request. Right click on thread, listener, and view result react for checking the request and response in tree. In JMeter, we have multiple listeners are available. You can add the summary report, aggregate graphs. Here, multiples options are available you can use. Now, add the HTTP request. First thing here, we need to define the protocol. Suppose here we are here using HTTPS. So here enter HTTPS protocol server IP and the path. Open Chrome browser. Here you can view the protocol is HTTPS. Copy this HTTPS protocol and paste here in HTTPS section. Now we need to enter the server IP. Here server IP is pet store. Copy this complete domain and paste here. After enter the server IP or name, you need to define the path. Here path available v2 swagger.json. Copy this path. First, I will show you how you can send the HTTP request to the server, and then we use the HTTP request defaults for better setting. Now, open this Swagger. Here, multiple examples are available. Multiple methods are available: get, post, delete. Get method used for retrieving the data from server. Suppose we want to get the order ID, so we can use the get method, or we want to get the list of the students, so we can use the get method. And most method is used for sending the data to the server. Suppose you want to add the records or you want to add new user, then you can use the post. Delete used for deleting. Suppose you want to delete any order so in a store, so you can use the delete method. Now scroll down and here store. Click on try it out and then click on execute. Now we will get the complete here URL with path. So copy this complete path and paste here. Now we will use in a second HTTP request. Copy this complete URL and just paste here. Now same as well, we need to define the HTTPS. Here enter protocol HTTPS and then enter the path v2 slash store slash inventory. Copy this path and paste here. Now save this test plan and then execute. Here it will ask for saving this http.jmx file. Click on save and then click on start. Now request send to the server. Here we are getting some error. Let's check sending null, because here we need to remove this backslash. Now again clear these results and send to the server. Now here you can view the request has been sent successfully. In the view result tree, you can view the get method and the protocol HTTPS. After protocol, this is the URL and then path. This is the response data. In the response data, we can view in text, JSON, regular expression. Here multiple options are available. We can view the response data in JSON, text, or regular expression tester. Now add the HTTP request defaults. Click on thread config element and then click on HTTP request defaults. Here one thing need to notice that we use HTTPS in every request, and same as well we use this common URL. So we can define this protocol and the server name here in HTTP request defaults. So here just copy this HTTPS and define HTTPS here. Now we do not need to define here protocol. Remove this, and same as well we just define the HTTP request defaults here. Same as well we can enter the path and common path and the port here. Uh, Remove also here from second HTTP request, because here we are using in HTTP request defaults. We do not need to define here server IP or protocol here. So remove this. Just enter path here. Now here we define HTTPS server name and just enter path here in first and second request. Let's clear the results and again run this script. Here you can view the request sent successfully. We just defined the protocol and server IP in HTTP request defaults. Few are the benefits of HTTP request defaults. Save time. You do not have to enter the same details for every HTTP request. It's keep simple. All common settings are in one place, making test plan easy to read. It reduce the error. Ensure all requests use the correct server and setting. If we need to update anything, we can easily update the server IP. Suppose you want to perform the testing on production, you just need to change here the server IP. You do not need to change the server IP in each request. You can still override the defaults for a specific request if needed. We are going to talk about correlation in JMeter. So let's begin. What is correlation? Correlation in JMeter is used to handle dynamic values like session ID or tokens that server creates for each user. These values are unique and change every time, so they need to be captured and reused to ensure your test working properly. For example, you log in into application, the server sends back a session ID in the response. You need to capture the session ID and use in the next request. Otherwise, the server does not recognize your session and the test will fail. In this tutorial, we will talk about the regular regular expression extractor. Regular expression extractor in JMeter is commonly used to capture these dynamic values. It lets you extract specific parts of the server response and save them as variable to use in your test. By using the regular expression extractor, you can extract the values from the response and reuse in another request. So let's begin. Open JMeter, right click on test plan, click on thread group, and then click on thread group. In the thread group, enter the number of threads, runtime periods, and the loop count. Now, does not change anything here, just use number of users 1. Right click on thread group sampler and then click on HTTP request. This is the HTTP request. Let's change the HTTP request name. We will use this example livecharger.eu. So change request name here, live charger. Now enter the server name and the protocol. Protocol here HTTPS, and then enter the server name. Here server name is livecharger.eu. Copy this server name and paste here in server name or IP section. Let's add the listener here for view the request and response. Right click on thread group, add listener, and then click on view result tree. Let's run this test. First, when you run this test, it will ask for your save this test plan before running it. Click on yes. Now enter the file name here. Enter file name here, live charger.jmx. Click on save. Now request sent to the server. Here you can view this is the URL, complete URL, HTTPS protocol, and the URL, which is server name. In the response data, we are getting some response from the server. Suppose we want to extract the tag here, anchor tag. This is the complete URL. Suppose we want to extract from response this URL. So we need to use the regular extractor. Right click on thread group, click on post processor. In the post processor, here multiple options are available. If you want to extract the CSS, so you need to use the CSS selector. Now use the regular expression extractor. In the regular expression extractor, multiple options are available. If you want to extract the response from body section, you can use the body, and here multiple options are available: request, response headers, and request headers URL. Now enter the name of a created variable. Enter variable name here, reference. This variable name we will use in another request. Now enter the expression here for extracting. Suppose we want to extract the anchor tag a href is equal to and double commas. Inside this double commas, enter round brackets. Inside this round brackets, we need to match the regular expression. So enter here dot and asterisk question mark. Here we need to enter where is capturing group number start. In this scenario, we enter the one matching. So use $1 and 4 match number. Let's add another HTTP request for reusing this value. First, we will extract the response and then we use this response in another request. Right click on thread group, sampler, and then click on HTTP request. Here we can change the request name HTTPS or another name we can set here. Now use this variable name which is reference. Just enter in path section dollar and then use this variable name which is reference. Let's run this script. We have total 2 requests. In first request we are extract the value from response and then reuse this value in another request by using regular expression extractor. Here we need to remove the spaces, otherwise we will get some error. So remove these spaces and again run this test. First, it will send the request livecharger.eu send to the server and then extract the value from the response. Here you can view we are sending some URL in second request because we are using regular expression extractor. We can easily extract the value from the response and use in another request. We are going to learn how to record a login test in JMeter step by step. Recording test scenarios saves time and ensures accurate test replication, making it an essential skill for testers. So let's begin. Why record login test? Recording login test allows you to quickly capture user interactions like enter a username, password, and click login button. First, we need to add the BlazeMeter extension. Let's understand what is BlazeMeter extension. BlazeMeter extension. BlazeMeter is a cloud-based platform that enhances JMeter capabilities. It allows you to run large-scale load test and share result. Step 1. Step 1. Add BlazeMeter Chrome extension. First step, add BlazeMeter Chrome extension. Open Chrome browser and search here BlazeMeter Chrome extension. Click on the first link, BlazeMeter, the continuous testing platform. By using BlazeMeter, we can record the test and then import the .jmx file for load testing. When first time you open this site, you can view add to Chrome option. I have already added this extension, so here remove from Chrome text show. Now we can record the login test. Open Orange HRN, and this is the open source demo Orange HRN. So we can get the username and password from here. Now open this extension. Make sure you have already signed in this BlazeMeter site. After sign in, you can view the text here, which is name. Now enter the name of the test. Suppose we want to perform the load testing of login page. So enter here login. This is the advanced options user agent. Here you can set the browsers and few options here available. Disable browser caches. These are few options are available. You can select these checkboxes. Now record the login test. Click on start recording. You can reset all options by clicking on this button. Click on start recording. After clicking on start recording, enter the username. Username is admin and the password admin123. Now click on the login. After clicking on this login, here you can view this test cases count are increasing. After recording the login test, you need to stop this test. Click on stop recording, and here multiple options are available. Either you can run your test, you can edit and save. By using save, here options are available. You want to Selenium only or JMX, JMeter, which is extension of JMeter. Click on this and now export this test. Click on save. Here you can view exporting to JMX. It will export the test in JMX. Now open JMeter. Click on Apache JMeter executable jar file. Open JMeter and import this file. Open JMeter and maximize the window. Click on file, click on open and click on this login.jmx file. Now you can view HTTP header manager. You do not need to change anything here. User agent and the platform is Windows. In the user defined variables, this is the URL open source demo orange HRM live. Here just create a variable and use this variable name which is base underscore URL in HTTP request. I have already described in previous tutorial about the user defined variables. This is the protocol HTTPS and HTTP request is get, and the server name here enter the variable name which is base underscore URL. Now let's add this test and check whether it's working or not. This is the view result tree in which we can view the request and response. Click on start. Now the test has been started. Open this site and login with credentials, which is here options are available in the HTTP request. In HTTP request, the password is admin123 and username is admin, and this is the token for login. Here you can view all request has been successfully executed. How to create a database test plan in JMeter. This will help you test your database to make sure it can handle the load and works smoothly. I will guide you step by step from setting up the connection to running the test. It's simple and easy, so let's begin. Step 1. Step 1. Download my SQL JDBC jar file. Open Chrome browser and search JDBC SQL driver jar. Click on MySQL download connector. Now you need to select the operating system. Click open this drop down. Click on platform independent. Now here two options are available. Click on the second platform independent zip archive. Click on download. Now it will ask to log in or sign up. You need to click on no thanks, just start my download. After downloading, you need to extract this folder and place the jar file in lib folder inside the JMeter. Step 2. Step 2. Place jar file in lib folder inside JMeter. I have already download this. So open downloads and extract this folder. Click on extract files. After extracting the file, click on OK. Now open this MySQL connector, open this folder and copy this MySQL connector, copy this jar file, copy and open JMeter. Inside this JMeter lib folder are present. Open this lib folder and place this jar file inside. I have already, it shows destination already has file name. Click on replace the file in the destination. Now, after downloading this jar file, we need to configure the database. I have already created free SQL database. In this website, you can create free SQL database. Scroll down and here two options are available. MySQL free. In free, you can create number of databases one and database space 5 MB, PHP, MyAdmin and 24-hour support. In MySQL full, here instance account activation and number of databases creation 5. In this, you can create number of databases 5 and spaces also greater than free. After sign up in this, you will get the database URL, username, password and port in Gmail account. I have created one database. In this database, employee database, we have total 2 records. Employee 2 records. Now, configure, we need to configure the database. Step 3, configure database. Step 3, configure database. Now open JMeter. First add the thread group in which mention the total number of users, ramp up periods in seconds and the loop count. Now add the JDBC configuration. Click on add config element and JDBC connection configuration. Inside this configuration, we need to enter the database URL, JDBC driver class, username, password. So I have JDBC. This is the database URL. Let's understand about this database URL. First, you need to enter JDBC, MySQL database, and this is the host. After this host, you need to enter the port and then database name. Here you can view this database name. After enter the database URL, open this drop down and click on com.mysql.jdbc.driver. Now enter the database username and password. Enter the username. Here username available. So copy this username and then enter the password. Let's enter password here in password field. After enter the password, we need to add the JDBC request. Let's enter password here. Now, after enter the password, step 4, add database. Step 5, 4 is JDBC request, in which we enter the query like select, update or delete query. Open JMeter, click on thread group sampler and then click on JDBC request. Inside this JDBC request, we need to enter the SQL query. Suppose we want to extract these records like first name, last name, and age. Its query is select all from employee. So we enter here select all from employee. It will fetch the all records from this database. If you want to select a statement, so you do not need to change anything here, just leave it. Now enter the variable name. Here one thing need to be noticed, variable name for created tool. So you need to enter the same variable name, JDBC connection configuration, and same variable name enter here. Now enter the variable name test and then enter test variable in JDBC request, because in real scenario we have multiple thread of groups. So you need to tell that this JDBC connection related to this JDBC request. Now add the listener for result. Click on view result tree. Step 5. Step 5 here, run test and then validate. Open JMeter and then click on run. It will ask for you should save your test plan before running it. So click on yes. Now you need to enter the file name here, enter database testing and then click on save. You can run the test because JDBC connection configuration has been completed. We have added JDBC request in which we enter the variable name which are mentioned in JDBC connection configuration. After the variable name, we enter the select query for extract the records from this DB. Now run the test, click on run, click on view result tree. Request has been failed. Here you can view table SQL. This is the table name, employee does not exist. Our request has been failed because we need to enter employee if first letter is capital. So change here capital employee. Let's clear the result and then again run this test. Now request has been successfully in the response data. You can view first name, last name, age, same in this database. First name, last name, and then age. In the request body, we just send the select query, which is select static from employee. How to run test in non-GUI mode in JMeter? Non-GUI mode is a faster and more efficient way to execute our test, especially when working with large test planes. In this tutorial, I will explain step by step how you can run the test in non-GUI mode in JMeter. So let's begin. If we have GUI mode, so why we need to run the test in non-GUI mode? So let's understand why execute non-GUI mode. Why we need to execute the test in non-GUI mode. GUI consumes more resources and memory. GUI mode takes more resources and memory. GUI not recommended for heavy load testing. And the third reason for using non-GUI mode, command line can be integrated integrated with other systems. For example, Jenkins or command line. Now, I will show you step by step how you can run the test in non-GUI mode. Open JMeter. Let's create a test plan here. First, we need to add the thread group. Right click on test plan, add thread, and then click on thread group. In the thread group, enter the number of users, ramp-up periods, and loop count. Now, add the HTTP request. Right click on thread group, add sampler, and then click on HTTP request. In the HTTP request, enter the protocol server name and the path. First, enter the protocol here HTTPS and server name here livecharger.eu. Copy this and paste here in server name. Now, enter the path. Suppose we want to perform the load testing of contact page. So we can enter the path slash contact and slash. Enter here. Now we have created the test in which we enter the third group and the HTTP request in which we mention the server name and IP and the contact. Let's add tree here for view the response and request. Right click on thread group, add listener, and then click on view result tree. In the view result tree, we can check the request and response. Let's run these tests and check whether it's working properly. Click on run test. It will ask for saving your test plan before running it. Click on yes and then enter the file name here, command line, and enter command line load test. This is the file name and then click on save. Check whether it's working properly. Yes, request has been sent successfully to the server and resending the request. This is the complete URL and the contact slash is the path. In the response data, we are getting some response from the server. Now, I will show you how you can run this test in non-GUI mode. Remove this view result tree, click on remove and then save. Save this test. Let's first understand how we can run the test in non-GUI mode. Open Notepad++, running test in non-GUI mode. First, we need to go to the complete path into the bin folder. Enter the command in cmd JMeter -n -t and the test file path -l and result path in which the result will be saved. Result path -n means running test in non-GUI mode. -t means part of the test file which is .jnx file And minus L means save the results. Let's now check in the practically. First, open the command prompt cmd, and then here we can open the command from this location bin folder. Open cmd. Now enter JMeter -n -t. Now enter the path of the .jnx file. Command line load test. Click on properties. Copy complete path. This is the location in which the file is saved, and paste here. Let me copy again this path. Right click, copy, and paste path here. After enter the path, we need to enter the file name, and file name here. Right click on this file, rename, and copy this complete file name and paste here. Now we need to enter the location in which the result will be saved. Make sure no spaces are present in your file name. I have created one file, CSV file results, in which the result will be saved. So right click on this, click on properties, and copy this complete path. Open command prompt and paste here. Let me copy again this complete path. Right click, copy, and paste here. Now enter the file name, which is load.csv. Results. We need to enter the file name, which is results.csv. Results.csv. Let's run this. Now running the test in non-GUI mode, and shut down and stop test. Now end of run. Let's check the results in this file. Open this results file. In this results file, we can view the results. We can view the path and the URL here, which we are sending to the server. By using this command JMeter -h, which is used for help, you can view to run the Apache JMeter in non-GUI mode. You need to enter JMeter. If you are using Mac, then you need to enter jmeter.sh and then -t, and then enter the test file path. After this, -l, and the result path you need to enter. To run Apache in your non-GUI mode and generate a report, you can generate a report by using this command. To generate a report from existing CSV file, you can use this command for generating the report in CSV. We will explore the JMeter plugins manager. This tool makes it super easy to add and manage plugins within JMeter, enhancing its capabilities for better testing. I will show you how to install and use the plugins manager effectively. So let's begin. Suppose you want to perform the load testing of database, then you need to add the jar file of MySQL and add inside the JMeter lib folder. Here you can view the all jar files inside the lib folder. By default, when you install the JMeter, these jar files are present inside this lib folder. There are two methods for downloading the plugins. The first method, you need to open the JMeter plugins and then click on installed. Inside this, multiple plugins are available. Here you can view the custom plugins for Apache JMeter, and here documentations are available. Inside this documentation, multiple plugins are available: graphs, thread groups, timers, listeners. These are the plugins. One method, you need to click on this and then click on download. After downloading the jar file, you need to add this jar file inside this lib folder. And the second method, for adding the plugins, you need to open the JMeter plugins, go to this URL, and then click on install. After clicking on installed, here options are available: download plugins manager.jar. After downloading this jar, you need to add this jar file inside the JMeter. Open Apache JMeter. Inside this option available, open lib, and then here. Here you need to add the JMeter plugins manager. Make sure after adding this JMeter plugin manager, you need to restart the JMeter for reflecting changes. Now, restart the JMeter, click on restart, and again open the JMeter. After open the JMeter, I will show you how we can install the plugins by using plugin manager. Click on bin. Now open the JMeter, click on options. Inside these options, after adding the jar file, you can view these options: plugins manager. Click on plugins manager. These are the plugins, installed plugins, which are already added. These are the available plugins. You need to mark this checkbox, and then here you can view the review changes, and then click on apply changes and restart JMeter. These are the documentation link. You can read more about this plugin by clicking on this URL. If any changes are come in the plugins, so here you can view the updates. Here you can update the plugins by using this section. Here three options are available. One, you can install the plugins. You can filter out the plugins by this search bar, and after clicking on this available plugins, you need to mark this checkbox and then click on apply changes and restart JMeter for reflecting changes. By using this JMeter plugins manager, you can easily add the plugins in JMeter. We will learn about CSV dataset config in JMeter, a feature that allows you to use data from CSV files in your test plan to make them more flexible and data driven. So let's begin. In this tutorial, I will show you how to read the data from CSV file by using dataset config. So let's begin. Step 1, create CSV file. In this CSV file, we need to enter the data. Suppose we want to add the data for longitude and latitude and API. You can get this API key by logging into this website. After logging into this website, you can get this API key, which is unique. So in this tutorial, I will show you how to read this latitude longitude, and app ID. These three values read from the CSV file. So copy this complete URL and paste here. First step to create the CSV file. In CSV file, I have added latitude, longitude, and the third column app ID. In this total two records, this is the latitude, longitude, and app ID. This is the first step. And the second step, step 2, add sampler request. We need to add the sampler request. Open JMeter, right click on test plan thread group, and then click on this thread group. In the thread group, we enter the number of threads, ramp up periods, and the loop count. Let's add the sampler request in this thread group. Right click on thread group, add sampler, and then click on HTTP request. In the HTTP request, we need to enter the protocol, server name, RIP, and the path. Protocol is HTTPS, and then enter the server name RIP. Here, server name available, open weathermap.org. Now, copy this complete. We do not need to enter the protocol because we have already defined the protocol here in this section HTTP. Remove this and same. We just need to enter the server name here and copy this path and paste here in path section. Now, remove this latitude and longitude value because we will read the data from CSV file. Remove longitude and then we will define here app ID. App ID variables. By reading the data from CSV file, we need to create the variable step 3. Step 3, add data set config. Open JMeter. Now we need to add the dataset config. Right click on thread, config element, and then click on CSV dataset config. In this dataset config, we need to enter the file name. Just we enter the file name here. Let's browse the file. Click on browse and file here weather.csv. Make sure you create the file in CSV format. Click on weather.csv and then click on open. We have added the file here in the file name. This is the complete path in which the weather.csv file is present. Step 4. Step 4. Create variable. We need to create the variable. So open JMeter. In this, we need to create variable for latitude dollar, and then here in CSV file first is latitude. So we enter here dollar latitude and then and operator, after and operator longitude, and then dollar. The second column name is longitude. After longitude, we need to enter the app ID, and app ID variable name, we need to enter app ID. This is the column name, which is app ID, dollar app ID. Now, we have added the thread group in which we define the number of users, ramp up periods 1, and loop count. In the HTTP request, we just define the protocol name, and now we do not need to enter path here because we have already defined the parameters here in path section, latitude and longitude. After longitude, we enter the app ID. Now, add the listener for view the request and response. Right click on thread group, add listener, and then click on view result tree. Let's run this test. When we run this test, it will ask for save the this file. So enter the file name here, weather API, and then click on save. This file already exists, so it will ask for do you want to overwrite it. So we overwrite now. Click on yes. Now, here you can view the request has been successfully sent to the server. In the request, we sent the server URL and latitude 11 and longitude 11 and then app ID. In the response data, we are getting some response from the server. Now, one thing we need to notice that in CSV file, we have total 2 records, but now only one longitude and latitude value are showing in the response, because here in the thread group we enter the number of requests 1 and loop count is equal to 1. If we set the loop count equal to 2, now we can view the all records. Now 2 requests has been sent to the server. In the first request, longitude 11, latitude 11, and in the second, we define in the CSV file latitude 12 and the longitude 13. Now, here you can view both records are showing here. Let's understand about the CSV. This option, this file name is basically used for read the data from CSV file. Here we enter the path of the file which is in a CSV format. File encoding, these are the encoding type of the file. UTF, here UTF option are available. Variable name, the column name in the CSV file to map the two variables. Now we have just defined the variables name here, latitude, longitude, and app ID. If we do not enter the column name here in this CSV file, then we need to enter the variable name here. This delimiter, the character used to separate values in the CSV. Suppose you have the multiples variables in the CSV file, so you can separate these values by using comma. Allowed quoted data, this is used for whether to allow you quoted values in the CSV file. And recycle on end of whether to stop the thread when the end of the line is reached. When all the data of the files are read successfully, then stop the thread. This sharing mode, in the real scenario, we have the multiple threads of group in the real scenario. So we need to here inform that this apply on the current thread group or current thread or edit. If you select this all threads now, it will implement on the all thread group. We are going to learn how to test APIs using JMeter with the get, post, put, and delete methods. Let's start step by step and make API testing simple and easy to understand. So let's begin. First, understand this method get. Get method is used for retrieve data from server. Get method is used for retrieve data from a server at a specified resource endpoints. It's perfect for fetching information without making any changes to the server. Suppose we want to get the user list, so we can use the get method for retrieving data from the server. And the second method is post. Post method is used to send data to the server. Post method is used to send the data to the server. For example, create user. Suppose we want to create the new user. So in this scenario, we need to send the data to the server. We need to enter the first name, last name, contact name, and the method for creating user is post. Now, third method is put. Put method is used to update an existing resource. Suppose we have multiple users and we want to update any specific user information, so we can use the put method. And the fourth method is delete. As mentioned with the name, this method delete method is used to remove a specific resource from the server. Now, as I earlier tell that get method is used to retrieve the data from the server. Suppose we have multiple users and we want to fetch the information of the user, so we can use the get method. Post method, suppose we want to add new user or we want to create a user, so we can use the post method. And put method is used to update an existing resource. We can use the put method for updating existing record. Delete method is used to remove any resource. Suppose we want to delete customer or user, any information we want to delete, so we can use the delete method. Now, step by step, I will show you how we can use these methods in JMeter. Open JMeter. When first time we open the JMeter, we can view the test plan. In the test plan, we can enter the name, comments. Right click on test plan, add thread, and then click on thread group. In the thread group, we can enter the thread name and comments, and now we can enter here number of threads, sample periods, and loop count. Right click on thread group, add sampler, and click on HTTP request. Let's change the HTTP request name here, get user list. Suppose we want to get the user list, here you can view the method is selected get. Get basically used for retrieving the data. Let's add listener for view results. Right click thread group, add listener, and then click on view result tree. Now, here you can view the changing has been reflected here. Now, the HTTP request name is get user list. Open Chrome browser. In this website reqres.in, here multiple methods are available. Suppose we want to fetch the user list, so here URL available. Right click on this, click on open link in new tab, and after hitting this link, we are getting the users list. Here multiple users information are available. Now copy this complete URL and paste here. Let's first understand about this URL. Here you can view the HTTPS is the protocol. After protocol, reqres.inn is the URL. After the URL, this is the complete path for fetching the all users information. So we will use this URL in our HTTP request. In the protocol section, enter HTTPS protocol. If any website has only HTTP, so you do not need to enter protocol here. Now, in this website, we have HTTPS, so we need to enter the protocol here, HTTPS. After enter the protocol, enter the URL or the server name or IP you need to enter in the server name or IP section. reqres.in is the server IP, and now enter the path. Here path API slash users and page is equal to 2. Enter path here. After enter the path, remove this question mark and click on add. We can either enter the page number here in the path section, and same as well we can enter the page is equal to 2 here in the parameter section. Enter page is equal to 2. Now we can send this request to the server. After sending this request, we will get 200 response code. It means the request has been successfully sent to the server and we will get this information in the response. This is our request that's sent to the server, and this is the response we are getting from the server. Now, run this test. On running this test, it will ask for you to save the test plan before running it. So click on yes and enter the file name here, HTTP, and then click on save. Let's check. Here you can view the request has been successfully sent to the server and connect time is equal to 231 and response code 200. In the request section, we sending the HTTP method here, get method and HTTPS. This is the protocol and server URL and then the path. In the response data, we are getting the response from the server. This is the complete user list we are getting from the server. We can find here any user information by using this search bar. Just enter the username, page number or ID and then click on find to search any records in this user list. Now, we'll use the second method, which is post. Post method is used to send data to the server. Suppose we want to create a new user, then we can use the post method. Here you can view the post method is used to create. In this request, we need to set some parameters like name and job. Right click on this request and then click on open link in new tab. Now copy this URL. We do not need to define here the page number because we are creating a new resource. On creating a new resource, we will get 201 response code and this information in the response. So copy this complete URL and put here. All things are same. We do not need to enter the page number. So remove. We'll create a new request. Right click on thread group, add sampler, and then click on HTTP request, enter the request name, create user. This is our second request. Now enter the protocol here. Protocol is HTTPS and this is the URL reqres.in, and then enter the path here in the path section. Copy this complete slash API slash users and then put here. Now here you need to understand that we need to send name and job. Copy this complete information, name and job. Now enter this information in the body section. Let's copy again this information, right click, copy and put here. Now we set up the post request. Now in this scenario, two requests will be sent to the server. One is get, which is used for retrieving the information of the users, and the second request, which is used for creating users. In get request, if you notice that we get the response code is equal to 200, but in post request we will get the response code is equal to 201. Select method here, post, clear all result and then click on start. Here you can view these two requests has been successfully sent to the server. One is get user list and the second create user. Click on this create user. In the create user we are getting 201 response code. It means the resource has been created successfully. This request sent to the server, post method protocol and the request URL and the path. In the body section we sent the name and the job. In the response data you can view ID 925 and this is the created date and time. Now third method is put, which is used for updating an existing record. Right click on thread group and create a new HTTP request. Thread group add sampler and then click on HTTP request. In the HTTP request name enter update and protocol is HTTPS. Then enter the URL reqres.in. This is the server name and then enter the path. Let's check in this API what we need to send to the server. In the put, which is used for update, and here we need to enter the user ID which is equal to 2. Right click on this API slash user slash 2 and copy this complete URL and paste here. We just need to enter the path here and the path is equal to slash API slash users and then number, which is user ID 2. Enter here path. Same as well, we need to change the protocol here, HTTP method, because we are now updating records. So use here put method. Clear all the requests. Now we have total 3 requests. One is get, post, and then update. Click on this start and then click on view result read. All requests have been successfully sent to the server, and in the request we are sending put method HTTPS protocol request. This request sent successfully In the response data, update it at this is the time, date and time in which this records is update. In the sampler result, the response code is equal to 200. We can view here the response code is equal to 200 when we use the put method. Now, I will show you how you can use the delete method. So open this, and in the delete method is used for deleting any record. Click on this, and now when we send this request, which is delete method, we will get the response code is equal to 204. Click on this. We just need to change the method. Right click on thread group and add another request, which is delete. Delete and enter protocol here HTTPS. Then copy this URL, remove HTTPS because we have already defined protocol here. Remove this and copy this path and paste here. Let's change the HTTP request method here. Put to, we can change here delete. Select delete. Clear all the results. Let's run this test. In this scenario, we have total 4 requests: get, post, put, and delete. Click on run. In the view result tree, we can view the get user list. In get user list, we are getting the complete user list. In the create user, one resource have been created successfully. And update method, here you can view the date and time of updating this user. And in the delete, we are sending the delete method, and this is the protocol URL and path. In this sampler result, as mentioned here, when we send the delete method request, then we are getting 204 response code, and the response message is no content. Click on this method, which is delete, and here 204 response code. As you can view here, we are getting response code 204. We will learn how to use JMeter to test FTP operation. A popular FTP server, FTP basically used for file transfer protocol, is used to transfer files between a client and a server. I will show you how to set up FileZilla and use JMeter to test file uploads and downloads step by step. So let's begin. Open this website DLP test. In DLP test, this website public FTP site in which you can use for file uploading and downloading. Here FTP URL available and username, also password available. So copy this details in which username and password and a host available. Let's copy is now. First thing we need to do here, first we need to check the file present in FTP server. This is the host name. Copy this host name. First configure FileZilla. We need to configure the FTP server. Open FileZilla and enter host name here. After enter the host name, we need to enter the username and password. In this website, username and password both are available. This is public FTP server where we can easily upload and download the files. Copy this username and enter username here. Now, we need to enter the password, copy this password and paste here. Just click on Quick Connect. After it will connect established connection, it will establish the connection and login. After login, it will retrieve directory. Here you can view multiple directories are available. So we can use this file for uploading and downloading. This is the local site, local system directory, see users and then folders. For example, we want to get the file from FTP server. We can perform these actions in JMeter. Open JMeter. Now, add the HTTP request. Before the HTTP request, we need to add the thread group. Click on test plan thread group and now click on this thread group. In the thread group, we can enter the number of users, pump periods, and loop count. Now, add the FTP request, click on thread group, add sampler, and then click on FTP request. In the FTP request, we can change the name here. Suppose we want to get the file, so use here FTP get request. After this, we need to enter the server name, remote file, local file, and then use the method here get. Get means we want to retrieve the file from the FTP server. Put is used for sending the file from local to FTP server. Now, enter details here, server name and IP. Here, server name available ftp.dlptest.com. Copy this and open JMeter, enter server name and IP. Now, enter the username and password. After enter the username and password, I will show you how you can enter the remote file and local file. Enter the username, copy this username and enter username here. Now, enter the password for establish the connection. Enter password here. Now, for example, we want to retrieve this upload.php file in our local directory. So, we need to enter the remote site slash enter here. Remote file is slash upload.php and we want to retrieve the file in this directory, see users and then folder. Enter same as well. We need to enter the file name here upload.php. Let's add listener for view the result and request and response. We can view the response and request by using view result tree. Let's clear the records now. Click on start. It will ask for save the test before running it. So click on yes and enter the file name here FTP request and then click on save. Now it will retrieve the file from FTP to local. Click on request. In the request, we just send it the URL which is host and then username and password. Let's check the file is downloaded here. We need to refresh. Click on refresh. After click the refresh, we need to scroll down, and here you can view upload.php has been successfully downloaded. Now, I will show you how you can use the put method. Put method means you are sending the file from local to FTP server. Let's copy this request and change get method for retrieving. Copy this request and add another request for put method. Click on paste. Let's change the FTP request name here, FTP put request, and same as well we need to change here method put and sending this file which is upload.php to remote server. We send this file upload.php to the remote server. In this scenario, we will change this file name uploads to uploading.php, and this is the local file which is present in local root. Now clear the results and again run this test. Click on clear and then again run this test. As you can view, it's sent the request FTP get request and then sent FTP put request. Now we need to verify whether this file has been transferred to the FTP server. So we can refresh, click on refresh. It will retrieve the FTP directory and directory listing successful, and just search here uploading.php. Here you can view this upload local directory file has been successfully transferred to the FTP server. One more options here available, use binary mode. You can use the binary mode and save file in response. Let's open this now. If we send the request without this save file in response, we does not get any response in this response body. Now let's we change here save file in response and then again run this test. Now it will send request to the server, and first it will send the FTP get request and then send FTP put request. One request has been successfully sent to the server. In the response body, this file is empty, so we do not get any response in this section. We are going to talk about timers in JMeter. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about two important types of timers, constant timer and random timer. So let's begin. What are timers in JMeter? Timers in JMeter are used to add a pause or delay between requests. By default, JMeter sends request one after the other without waiting. JMeter sends request without waiting or any delay, which is not how real user behave. In real scenario, people take time between actions like clicking a button or filling out a form. Timers help us copy this behavior in our test, making them more realistic. Why do we use timers in JMeter? Why we use timers in JMeter? To copy real user behavior. To copy real user behavior, we use the timers to avoid our overloading overloading the server. Now, I will show you how you can add these timers in JMeter. Open JMeter, right click on test plan, click on add thread, and then click on thread group. In the thread group, add the number of users, sample period, and the loop count. Here I use the one loop count, so it means one request will be sent to the server. In previous tutorial, I have already described in detail about the thread group. Now add the HTTP request, right click on thread group, add, and then click on HTTP request. In this scenario, we add multiple HTTP requests. So copy this HTTP request, copy, and then click on thread group and paste here. Then add another HTTP request, right click on thread group, and here we can change the HTTP request name. Now first enter the URL and the path. Open, this is the blazemeter.com, and click on resources. Here URL is blazemeter.com. Copy this and open JMeter, paste here. In the protocol, enter HTTP. Same as well, we need to enter the path. Here path is resources. Copy this and paste here in path section. Now change the request name HTTP request to resources. Now change here, same as we click on this company. Now the path is slash customers. Copy this slash customers. This is the second request we send to the server. Enter path here and same change here request name customers. Now copy this URL. This is the server name or IP and paste here. Same as well, we need to enter the protocol here HTTPS. Now we need to send 3 requests to the server. So we will use 3 requests here for better understanding. Copy this path, contact us, and enter path here. Same, copy this server name or IP and enter here. In the protocol section, add here HTTPS and change HTTP request name contact us. Now add some timers. Before adding timers, first let's understand if we run this script without adding delay. Run this script, it will ask you should save your test plan before running it. Click on no. We need to add the listener for view the request and response. Click on view result tree. In the view result tree, we can view the request and response in text, regular expression. These are the format available in JMeter. You can view the response in these formats. Clear this and again run this test. Now here you can view the all request completed in 1 second. But we need to here add timers. Click on thread group, click on timer, and then click on constant timer. In the constant timer, we can add time in milliseconds. So here add 5 seconds and again run this script. Click on no. In the view result tree, here you can view after 5 seconds, it will send request to the server. Now it will pause the execution of this test and then again send the request after 10 and then 15 seconds. Let's add an other timer which is random timer. Click on thread group add and then click on uniform random timer. Now, here you need to define the duration between, suppose you want to request to the send request to the server 5,000 to 6,000. Now, it will add the random timer between the request. Let's comment this timer, constant timer disable, and again run this script. Here you can view it will add the random timer between each request. Now, send request after 8 to 9 seconds and then again send request to the server after 19 seconds. In each time, this random timer will be different because this is uniform random timer. Now, again run this script. This total request completed in 20 seconds. Now, it will complete the request different as before. Now, first request sent to the 8 and second, and then request sent to the server. Second request sent in 22 seconds, and then sent the third request around 27. This time, uh, maybe you get the different time of execution. We are going to talk about an essential feature in JMeter that makes testing dynamic and reusable: parameterization. So let's begin. What is parameterization? Parameterization in JMeter is the process of replacing hard-coded values in your test script with the dynamic variable. Instead of manually changing the input data, you can use a file or variables to provide different inputs during test. For example, for example, instead of testing a login API with same username and password repeatedly, you can use parameterization to test multiple combinations effectively. In this tutorial, I will explain how you can create parameters and then use parameters in your request. So let's begin. Open Chrome browser. In this open weather map, in this website, you can view the multiple APIs are available. This is the current weather data API in which you need to enter the latitude, longitude, and the app ID. This API key you can generate by signing in this website, and you can easily generate this API key. Now, when we send this request, we need to enter the latitude, this is the required, longitude, this is the required, and the third app ID. App ID you can get by sign in this website, and you can generate app ID. Now scroll down. This is the example of API calls. Let's copy this. First, understand this request. In this request, one here is protocol, which is HTTPS, and this is the URL. After this slash data, and this is the path. In this path, you need to enter the latitude, longitude, and the app ID, which is unique key. Now, use this example, open JMeter and create a thread group. Right click on test plan, thread, and then click on thread group. In the thread group, we enter the number of threads, ramp up period, and the loop count. Now, add HTTP request, right click on thread, sampler, and then click on HTTP request. Here protocol is HTTPS and server name here available. We use here, copy this complete, and further we enter the path in the path section. Remove HTTPS because here we define the protocol is equal to HTTPS, and then copy this complete path and paste here. Here we enter the path. Now we use this app ID in parameters. Click on parameters, and then we need to click on add. Click on add and enter app ID. In the app ID, we need to enter the app ID. This is the key we need to enter in parameter section. Enter in parameters. Now remove this because we define the parameters, the app ID in parameter section. Let's add listener or view the request and response. Click on listener and then click on view result tree. Now we need to remove this path because we already defined the path here. Let's run this script. Click on start. It will ask for save the test plan before running it. Click on yes and then enter the file name weather API and then click on save. Now request send to the server. Here you can view in the request section we use the HTTPS protocol and the complete path here available. First this is the URL and latitude, longitude and then app ID. In the response data we get the longitude, weather ID. These are the information. After sending this request to the server, we are getting this response. Now, I will show you how we can use this latitude and longitude by using variables. We create a variables and then use these variables here. Click on thread group, add config element, and then click on user defined variables. In the user defined variables, you need to create a variable. Click on HTTP request. Here we need to define latitude, longitude, and app ID. These are the common details in this API. So we can create a variables and then reuse in our request. Open user defined variables, click on add. We can change the HTTP request name here. Change HTTP request to weather API. Now create a variable here latitude and enter latitude value here. Same as well we need to enter the longitude. So enter longitude here and then third is app ID and here app ID. We need to enter the same app ID and then key. Click on user defined variables and then enter app ID here. App ID. Now use this information in user defined variables. Copy this latitude and the longitude. Same as well we need to enter the app ID here in user defined variables. Now copy the longitude and paste here. After this, enter the app ID. We can get the app ID from here. Now paste app ID here. After defining the user defined variables, we need to use these variables in our request. So open this HTTP request and use here latitude dollar and then latitude. This is latitude variables. Same as well after AND operator, we need to use here dollar and equal to longitude. After longitude, here you can view, we need to enter AND operator and then AND is equal to app ID and app ID is equal to, we need to enter the app ID value here. Just enter the variable name here. Variable name is equal to app ID. Enter variable name in HTTP request app ID and then here enter $sign. Now again run this test. Clear all and then again run this test. Here you can view the request has been successfully sent to the server. In the request section, we are getting the protocol. After the protocol, this is the complete server name and the path. In the response data, we are getting response from the server in which the weather information, latitude and longitude. We will learn about functions in JMeter. Functions are a great way to generate dynamic data and flexibility to your test plan. So let's begin. In this tutorial, I will show you how you can use them in your JMeter scripts. So let's begin. Open JMeter at the thread group. In the thread group, you can enter the number of threads, runtime periods, and loop count. Inside this thread group, click on right click, add sampler, and then click on HTTP request. In this, we need to enter the protocol. Protocol is HTTPS, and then enter the server name or IP. By default, HTTP method get method is selected, and then enter the partner. Suppose you want to perform the testing of home, contact, or services, then you need to enter the server name and then enter the path. So open Chrome browser and copy this URL and paste here. We enter HTTPS in the protocol section. For example, if you need a random number as a username during testing, you can use the random function for generating the number. For example, you want to generate the number from 1 to 10 random. So you can use the random for creating a unique data and avoiding duplication during test execution. Now, practically, I will show you how to use functions in JMeter. Let's add the listener for view the result. Right click on thread group, add listener, and then click on view result tree. Let's add more listener here, add summary report and view result in table. Click on view result in table. Now, suppose we want to print the sum log. So we can use the log functions. For printing the log, we need to enter dollar curly brackets 2 times underscore log and then round brackets. In this round brackets, suppose we want to print hello world and then again round bracket and close the curly brackets. In this scenario, the hello world, this log will be printed. Let's click on start and it will ask for you to save your test plan before running it. Click on yes. Now enter the file name here with extension .jmx log and then click on save. Now, first check whether this request successfully executed, and here you can view hello world printed here in the summary report label. Hello world printed, same as well in view result table label is printed hello world. Now let's generate the random number by using random functions. Dollar curly brackets 2 times underscore random and round brackets. Inside this round brackets we need to enter the number. Suppose we want to generate the number between these two numbers, so 1 and 10. Now the numbers will be generated in this range. Clear the result, and here we close the brackets. So execute, click on view result tree. Here you can view the random number has been generated. By using random function, we can generate random numbers. Let's again run this test. Now 8 here printed. In the cell as well, we can view in a label 7 and 8 number, random number generated. Let's now explore the sum, how we can use the sum functions in JMeter. Dollar and then curly brackets 2 times underscore integer sum. Make sure first letter is lowercase and then the second is uppercase letter. After this integer int sum, we need to enter the numbers. For example, we want to add these two numbers 1 and 3. Now this function will add these two numbers. Clear these results, and then click on start. In the view result tree, we can view the total count. Here we plus these two numbers 1 and 3. 1 plus 3 is equal to 4. Let's print the date, month and year by using time functions. Change here dollar curly brackets underscore underscore time round bracket. Inside this round brackets, enter the date format TD, month and YY. After enter the date, month, year, enter hours, minutes and second. We need to enter the minutes in lowercase letter and second round brackets and then curly brackets. Let's clear the result and run the test. Here you can view first date, month and year, and this is the time. You can find the functions. Click on tools, click on function helper dialog. By using, you can get the help about the functions, and here multiple functions are available: character and integer sum. After selecting this option, you need to click on generate. Click on generate. Now you can get the functions of the syntax. This is the function syntax. Here multiple functions are available. You can get the help from this function Helper. How to do load testing for a SOAP API using JMeter. I will show you step by step how we can set up and run the test. After running the test and view the result. So let's begin. For performing the SOAP API testing, we can add the template. Here, click on File and then click on Templates. In the templates, click on Building a SOAP Web Service Test Plan. Here, this is the useful links for user-defined variables, user-defined variables HTTP request, and the response sections. Click on Create. It will ask for save, so click on No. Now, here you can view the user-defined variables. In previous tutorial, I have already defined the user-defined variables, how we can create the variables. Here, just create a variable name host and then enter the value. This is the URL. And then use these variables in HTTP request by using dollar curly bracket and then host. In the number of threads, just define here the number of threads, ramp up periods, and then lookout. Here, one checkbox are marked send user on each iteration. Suppose you want to perform the login test and you have the multiple users in the CSV file. So if you mark this checkbox, now only one user data will be loaded from the CSV file. Click on view result tree. This is the disabled, and then click on SOAP request. This is the SOAP request. In the SOAP request, we need to select the method. This is the HTTP method for sending the data to the server, and then here you can view the HTTP request defaults edit. So we do not need to enter server name or IP here because this HTTP request defaults will be implement all threads on the all threads because it's defined upside the number of users. So we do not need to define HT server name or IP here. We just enter the path. This is the dummy website URL. After this, you need to enter the body data here. This is the structure of SOAP API. Now, you can use the header manager. In the header manager, you need to define the content type and then SOAP action. Now, practically, I will show you how we can configure the SOAP API in JMeter. So, let's begin. Click on test plan. Right click on this test plan, add thread, and then click on thread group. In the thread group, we can enter the number of users. So now leave it 1. After adding the thread group, we can change name here. So API thread or any name we can set here. So API thread. Let's add the HTTP request here. Right click on thread group, add sampler, and then click on HTTP request. In the HTTP request, we need to enter the protocol and server name or IP, and then enter the path. After enter the path, enter the body data here. Now, we can add the listener for view the result. Right click on HTTP request, add listener, and then click on view result tree. We can add more listener here. Right click listener, view result tree, and summary report listener. Let's configure this HTTP request. Change the HTTP request name here. SOAP API request. So API request. Let's configure here. Open the Chrome browser, and this is the web service which is used for adding two numbers. You can use the divide. This is the divide web service. Suppose you want to perform the divide action, so you can use this web service. And this is the multiply and subtract. Click on this add web service, and here you can view this is the server name. After the server name, this is the path. And one thing we need to notice that here we can view HTTPS is not present here. So now we do not need to enter the protocol. If here HTTPS present, so we need to enter HTTPS here in the protocol section. Now copy this complete URL and path, enter the server name here, and then enter the path here in path section. After enter the path, we need to select the HTTP request post because we are sending the data to the server. In the body data, we need to enter the body, and here body are present. Copy this complete body text and put here. Now we have set up the number of threads and set up the HTTP request. This is the listener for view the request and response. This is the second listener, which is summary report. Now everything have been added, but we need to enter the header manager. Here you can view in the header. This is the protocol. This is the method, basically post method, and then this is the URL and content type. Now, as you can view in this templates, user defined variables present and HTTP request, and then HTTP header manager. So same, we need to enter the header manager in this request. Right click on this thread and the config element. Now click on HTTP header manager. Click on add. Copy this header, which is content type. Copy this. Right click and copy and put here. Same as well, we need to enter the value. Copy this and here. Click on add and then copy this soft action. Soft action name and then enter the value in the value section. Copy this value. As you can view in this service, we need to enter the two integer. In the body section, we need to enter two integers. Suppose we want to add 2 and the second integer is 3. Now, this service will add these two numbers. 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. Let's run this result. Before running this test, we need to disable this template example. So click on this number of users disabled. Now everything have been ready. We just need to click on start. It will ask for you to save your test plan before running it. Click on yes and then enter the file name here. So API and then click on save. Click on view result tree. Here you can view request has been successfully sent to the server. In the request section, this is the post and the URL and then send the body. In the response data, we get 5 because 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. We can add here assertions for checking the result. So copy this, add results, copy this response, and add assertion here. Click on assertions and the response assertions. In the response assertions, we have multiple options to verify the results. Text response, response code. As you can view, here we are getting 200 response code. If the request successfully sent to the server, we are getting 200 response code. In the response data, we can verify add result 5. If we are getting this response, then our test case is passed. Otherwise, the test case will be failed. In the response assertions, click on add. Here we say this is our expected response. Now, clear the result and then again run this test. Click on view result tree. Yes, we are getting 5 in the response. Let's change the value here. Suppose we say that our expecting result is 3. Now, test case will be failed because here we are getting 5, but we enter here 3. Click on a response body and then click on response assertions. Here you can view assertion failure message, test failed, test expected to contain add result 3. We are expecting 3, but we are getting 5. So test case has been failed. We can add the more number of threads here. We're going to talk about JPGC stepping thread group is an advanced JMeter plugin that enables gradual ramp up, steady holding, and smooth ramp up down of user threads. So let's begin. First, understand about the JPGC stepping thread group. The JPGC stepping thread group is used because it provides better control over load testing compared to the default thread group. In stepping thread group, we can prevent sudden load spikes by incrementally adding thread, ensuring server stability. We can customize hold and ramp up down, allow maintaining a steady load for analysis, and then gracefully decreasing it. Now, practically, I will show you how we can configure. Click on options and then click on plugins manager. In previous tutorial, I have already explained how you can add the plugin manager in JMeter. Click on plugin manager. In the plugin manager, we have 3 sections. One is installed plugins. In the installed plugins, we can view all the installed plugins. Here in this section, we can search installed plugins by name and then available plugins. This is the available plugins. We can install these plugins in JMeter. Just mark this checkbox and then click on apply changes and restart JMeter. In the upgrade section, we can view if any new version are coming. We can upgrade the plugins by using this section. Now we need to install the JPGC plugins. Already install these plugins. You can install this plugin from this section available plugins. Click on installed plugins and search here JPGC. Here you can view this plugin already installed. After installing, you need to click on apply changes and restart JMeter for reflecting changes. Now add this thread group, right click on test plan, add thread users and then click on JPGC stepping thread group. In this JPGC stepping thread group, we have multiple options are available. This group will start means the number of users will start this group start with an initial set of threads and wait used for defining initial delay. Suppose we want to add specific delay, we can add delay by using changing this value here and add threads incrementally at specified intervals. We can hold for a given duration and then stop the threads gracefully with a smooth ramp down. Now, configure this section. Suppose we start the thread group 100. Here you can view changes. Here the number of threads is equal to 100 and then we say first wait for 10 and here you can view the difference. Here wait for 10 seconds, then start 10 and then add next thread add is equal to 10 seconds. Let's then hold for 60 seconds, finally stop after 10 seconds. Let's change value here. Every thread is equal to 10 and we set the using ramp up is equal to 0 and thread every is equal to 10. Now we need to add the HTTP request here. So right click on JPGC stepping thread group sampler and then click on HTTP request. In the HTTP request, we need to add the protocol server name or IP and then enter the path. Enter protocol here HTTPS and then enter the server name. This is the livecharger.eu website. Copy this URL and then enter the server name here. Also remove this backslash. We just need to enter the protocol, server name or IP. This is the HTTP request. We use the get method. Now add the listener here. Right click on HTTP request, add listener and then click on view result tree. Let's add another listener here. Listener is equal to summary report. We can add also view result table listener here. Click on this aggregate report also available here. So now we can start the test. Everything has been configured. Click on start. It will ask for you to save your test plan before running it. Click on yes and then enter the file name here. JPGC thread and then click on save. Now here you can view wait for few seconds because we add the delay in our script. Here in JPGC we add thread. Now few request has been failed because response message too many times. In the request we can view the get method, HTTPS protocol and the livecharger.eu. Now, in this scenario, we are getting this response from the server because we are sending too many requests to the server. In this scenario, few requests are success and many requests are failed. By using this JPGC stepping, you can perform the testing in a real scenario. Now, here you can view the continuous request failed, and here this is the total duration in which the request have been executed. Now here you can view total out of 170 have been completed. We can stop the test by clicking on stop. We are going to talk about how to generate HTML report in JMeter. JMeter provides the capabilities to generate detailed HTML reports that help analyze test results effectively. These reports include metrics like response time, throughput, error rates, and more, presented in a visually appealing format. So let's begin. Open JMeter. When first time you open the JMeter, you can view the test plan. Now, add the thread group. Right click on test plan, add thread, and then click on thread group. Add HTTP request. Right click on thread group sampler, and then click on HTTP request. After adding the HTTP request, we need to add the listeners or view the results. So right click on thread group listener and then click on view result tree. Now add the HTTP request. This is the website in which we want to perform the load testing. Here protocol is HTTPS and this is the URL. Copy this URL and then paste here in server name or IP. Now add the protocol here HTTPS. As you can view here protocol is HTTPS. If HTTP protocol, then you do not need to enter the protocol here. As you can view here HTTPS, so we need to enter HTTPS protocol in the protocol section. Now run the test, click on this green button. It will ask for you should save the test plan before running it. Click on yes. For saving the test plan, it will ask for saving the HTTP request, but we need to save the test plan. So we need to click on check. Here you can view HTTP request has been successfully sent and we get the response message okay and the response code 200. Let's add an other HTTP request. This is home HTTP request and add an other HTTP request. I'll click on thread group sampler and then click on HTTP request. Suppose this is our second request and we want to perform the testing of contact page. Copy this path. We just need to enter the path, server name, and the protocol. Let's copy the complete URL and enter here in server name or IP section and remove the path from server name. We put the path here in the path section. Now enter the protocol which is HTTPS and this is contact page. So we enter here HTTP request is contact. Let's add an other HTTP request. Right click on thread group sampler and then click on HTTP request. Protocol is HTTPS and then we want to perform the testing of about section. So click on about and copy the server name and paste here in server name or IP section. Here just enter the URL and then remove backslash because we have already defined protocol here. Now copy this about path and paste here. Now in this scenario, we have three HTTP requests. One is home and the second is about and third is contact. We can change the HTTP request name, enter about. Now, this is home HTTP request, contact, and the about. Let's run this script and see what happened. Clear all the results before running the test. Click on green this button. It will ask for saving the results. If you click on cancel, just it will running. First, here you can view home HTTP request has been successfully sent. Now, here we are getting some error because due to some issue in this. Now, here you can view contact request has been successfully sent, but we are getting some error. Let's check here because here we need to remove the backslash. Now, the request will be sent successfully to the server. Clear the results and then save this thread group. We can save the test plan, click on save, and this is our HTML. This is file name, and then click on save. Let's run the test and then click on view result tree. Home request has been successfully sent. We are getting response code 200 and the response message is equal to OK. Now, it will send the second request in the about section. This request again we are getting no such host is known in about. Here enter life charger EU. This is the complete server name. First letter is a small, so we will enter here a small first letter. Now, this is HTTPS. We are enter the protocol here. This is server name and the path. Let's again run this test and view the results in view result tree. We can add more lister here like view result table and the graphs. We can view the results in different formats in JMeter. Here you can view home request successfully sent and the contact request also successfully sent, and we are getting response code 200 in about HTTP request. Now our script has been ready. Now we can generate the HTML report by running this test command line. In previous tutorials, I have already described. If you did not still watch this video, you can check first, watch this command line, how you can run the JMeter from command line, then watch this video. Let's generate the HTML report in JMeter. Now we can close because we have already saved this test plan, which is html.jmx. Close this and open. This is our bin folder. First, we need to open the CMD, go to this path and enter CMD. Now, enter JMeter -n means run this script in command line and then enter -t and then enter the JMX file name. We need to enter the complete path in which this html.jmx file is present. Copy this complete path and then open command prompt and paste here. Now enter the file name which is html.jmx and then -l, and now enter the path in which the result will be saved. Suppose we want to save the result create a new folder here. We can create new folder and enter results and then open. Suppose we want to save our results in this folder. This result will be saved in CSV format. We enter test1.csv and then -e for generating the report in HTML format, and then enter the path where HTML report generate. Open this folder and we create an other folder here for saving the HTML report and enter the folder name HTML report. Now we need to enter this complete path in which the HTML report will be saved. Paste here. Let's run this. Here just enter JMeter -n means run the test and then enter the path where our script file is present, which is html.jmx, and then we enter -l and this is the complete path where this test results will be saved, and then enter the path in which location this report will be generated. Let's click on enter. First, it will run the test and then generate the report in HTML format. Here you can view starting standalone and waiting for response shutdown stop test now. First, it will run the test and then generate a report in HTML report. This report will be saved in this location, the Apache JMeter bin, and then we created a new HTML report folder. Let's check the report is generated. Here you can view the report has been successfully generated. You need to click on this index.html. Open this. In this report, we can view here all test case has been passed, so 100% pass. Here three threshold option are available. We can view the label. This is the request which we send to the server, and statistics sample and failure. Here is no failure, so 0 if any error in this script, or we are getting some error from the server side, so we can view the error here. And transactions received, sends, bytes, here all options are available. We are not getting any error, so here you can view no error and top 5 error. If we are getting an error, so we can view the top 5 errors here. Here charts option are available, our time, response our time, and we can filter out this, and the response times also available. We can view here in a graphs. Now I will show you how we can generate the reports. Suppose we have already test, but we need to just generate the reports. As you can view, this is our result file after running the script. Now, we do not need to run the test. We can generate the report by using this test1 file. Open the CMD in this location, bin, open the CMD and enter JMeter -g, and then enter the file name which is test1. We need to enter the complete path, copy this complete path and paste here, and then enter the file name, which is test1.csv minus o, and then enter the report file name where the report will be generated. Suppose we want to generate the report here in this report folder, so we need to enter the complete path name. Enter this complete path with this report, which is report. Paste here and then click on enter. Now report will be generated in this folder, in this report folder. Now open this report folder. Here you can view the report has been successfully generated. In this scenario, we do not run the test. We just generated the report by using this test1.csv file. That is for today's tutorial on HTML reports. JMeter offers a comprehensive way to evaluate performance test outcomes. They provide clear insights into a behavior of your application under load and help in identifying potential bottlenecks. Using these reports ensure better analysis and decision making for performance optimization. We are going to learn how to run tasks one by one in JMeter, which is called sequential execution. It's useful for testing processes that needs to happen in a specific order. So let's begin. Open JMeter and add thread group. Right click on test plan, add thread users, and then click on thread group. In the thread group, we enter the number of users, ramp up periods, and loop count. Let's add HTTP request. Click on thread group sampler and then click on HTTP request. In the HTTP request, we will enter the protocol here, HTTP or HTTPS, and the server name or IP and path. This is the HTTP request, get, post, put or delete. You can select the HTTP request from here. Let's add the listener here for view results. Right click on thread group, add listener, and then click on view result tree. Add another listener, which is view result in table. Now we need to configure the HTTP request. Suppose this is HTTP request 1 and this is our thread group 1. Open Chrome browser, and this is the website in which we perform the testing. Remove this contact. Suppose we want to perform the testing of lifecharger.eu. This is a home page, and copy this URL and paste here in HTTP request section. We need to put the HTTPS in protocol section and remove backslash. Same as well, we need to remove backslash from server name. If you want to perform the testing of contact block or about, then you need to define the path. Suppose you want to perform the testing of contact page, then you need to enter the contact. You need to enter the backslash contact here in path section. Now in this scenario, we will perform the testing of home page. So remove path. Now we can define the request. Suppose we want to perform our request complete in 5 seconds. So we can use here delay or specific thread time. In this, we need to define the duration in seconds. Suppose we want to perform our testing complete in 10 seconds. and we move view result tree here. We can move here in test plan. Same as well, move the view result tree here. Let's run this test and understand what happened here. It will ask for save your test plan before running it. Click on yes and enter the test. And here, suppose we enter test execution, test execution, and then click on save. Now, here you can view the request has been failed because we need to remove colon here. Now, let's again run this test and view the result in table. Click on view result tree. Now, the total execution completed here in 3 seconds. Let's check the HTTP request and thread group. We enter the duration in 10 seconds. We define infinite loop here. So we need to change here loop count infinite and again run this test and see what happens. Click on view result tree. You can view the test execution still running and it will complete it the all test around 10 seconds. We can view here start time and thread name, which is thread name is equal to thread group 1 and this is HTTP request. In the real scenario, we have multiple websites or multiple page, so we need to define the sequential of the execution. Let's add another thread group here. Copy this thread group. We can copy this thread group and we do not need to add the thread group and HTTP request again and paste here. Change the thread group 1 to 2 and then HTTP request 2. Suppose we want to perform the testing of contact page and we copy this contact path and use this path in our second HTTP request and remove backslash here. Now, if we run this test execution, both HTTP requests will be run in parallel. But suppose we have a scenario, first we want to execute the thread group 1 and then our second thread group execute. Let's run this test and see what happen. Here you can view request 1 sent to the server and then send another request. We add our durations here in a second. So it will complete it now in around 20 seconds. Now here one option are available, run thread group and one at a time. We can use this checkbox. Now first thread group of executed and then this thread group second HTTP request will be executed. Let's clear the result and again run this script. HTTP request 1 execution. First, it will complete this thread group 1 and then execute this second request. Still, it's running HTTP request 1. In the HTTP request, we can view 200 response code. It means request has been successfully sent. In the response data, we are getting some response from the server. We can find data from this search bar, enter the keywords here and then click on find. Now here you can view all the execution have been completed. We will learn about debugging in JMeter. Debugging is an essential skill that helps you identify and fix issues in your test scripts. I will show you step by step how to use the debug sampler and view result tree to analyze and troubleshoot problems in JMeter. So let's begin. When first time you open the JMeter, you can view the test plan. Inside this test plan, we can add the user defined variables. Let's add the thread group. Right click on test plan, thread users, and then click on thread group. Inside the thread group, enter the number of threads, ramp up periods, and loop count. Suppose this is our thread group 1. Inside this thread group, add the sampler and then click on HTTP request. In the HTTP request, we have two options, basic and advanced. In basic, we can enter the protocol, server name or IP, port, and the path. These are the HTTP request. Get, post, put, delete. You can add the HTTP request from here. In the advanced section, you can client implementation. You can add HTTP client for Java and connect and then response time. Let's add the HTTP request here. Here, the website lifecharger.eu. We need to send the request with HTTPS protocol. So enter the server name or IP here and the HTTPS. We want to perform the testing of home page. So in this scenario, we do not need to enter the path and add the listener. This is our request one and enter the request name here, HTTP request to POM. Now we add the thread group, HTTP request, and then add the listener here for view the result entry. Clear? We can clear all the results by clicking the clear all button. Let's check whether this request successfully sent to the server. Click on this button to start. It will ask for you to save your test plan before running it. Click on yes. Enter the file name here, lifecharger.jmx. Jmx is the extension, and then click on save. It will, the file is already exists, so we need to enter the different name. Now, request has been successfully sent. One method here in this, we can view the thread group is equal to 1 and the ramp up is equal to 1 and delays start is equal to false. We can view the logs here inside, and inside this request we can view this get method, HTTPS is protocol, and the server name. If you click on this, we can view the logs from here inside. Now add the debug sampler here. Click on sampler and then click on debug sampler. In the debug sampler, JMeter properties option available. You can set either true or false JMeter variable. If in your script variables, suppose you are extract some data from your request and enter this request in another response, so you can use this debug sampler for debugging JMeter variables. Suppose you have a login page test. In this scenario, you need to extract the token value and you need to create this variable for extracting the data from request and put this response into another request. So you need to create the variables. And if you are getting some error, so you can use the debug sampler for identifying the issues. Let's clear all the results and click on this button. It will ask for saving. So enter the file name here and then click on save. Now, in the view result tree, you can view home, which is request, and the debug sampler option. Now, in this scenario, we do not have any JMeter variable, so here JMeter variable is not showing. In the response data, JMeter variables options are available. JMeter thread last sample OK is equal to true. Let's create a variable inside this test plan. Suppose we have a variable x is equal to 1. This is one variable, and we have an other variable which is y is equal to 2, and add an other variable which is z. And here in this z, we do not enter the value. Let's debug, clear all the results, and then click on this run button. Request has been successfully sent to the server. Here you can view we are getting y is equal to 2, z is equal. Here z do not have any value because in the test plan we do not enter value here. View result tree, we can view x is equal to 1, z do not have any value, y is equal to 2. Parameter we can debug by HTTP cache manager. Right click on thread group, add config element, and then click on HTTP cache manager. In this HTTP cache manager, we can enter the HTTP cache manager name and clear each iteration. Suppose we want to clear the cache after each iteration, so we can use this checkbox. In the help section, enable debug and disable debug option are available. We can enable debug by using this shortcut keys. So click on this enable debugging. Now log level set to debug. We can view the logs here in this HTTP cache manager. Let's clear all the results and then click on run test again. In this section, here you can view the additional information. Thread group number is equal to 1, threads is equal to 1, and ramp up. And this is the URL lifecharger.eu. This is the additional information we can view in HTTP cache manager. We will talk about FTP parameterization and how it helps in testing file transfers like uploads and downloads. Parameterization makes it easy to test with different data without much effort. So let's begin. First, understand about the parameterization. Parameterization is a technique where we use variable instead of hard coding values, making our test flexible and reusable. It allows us to test different scenarios by simply changing the input data without modifying the code. In previous tutorials, I have already defined about the download and upload the file transfer by using JMeter. You can watch this video. So in this tutorial, I will import this example. Click on file and then click on open and then click on FTP request. In the FTP request, we have added the get request. This is the remote file and this is the location in which this file will be downloaded. And the second request, which is FTP put request. In this put request, we upload the file into the remote directory. This is open source FTP server. You can connect into FileZilla. This is FTP URL, FTP username and password. In the FileZilla, you need to enter the host name and username, password, and then click on Quick Connect. This is the remote directory, and this is the local site, local computer directory. This is your local site, and this is the remote site in which you want to send the file. In the real scenario, we need to send the multiple requests. As you can view, we are sending one file into the server. In the put request, we are sending this upload.php file into the remote directory. But in the real scenario, we need to send the request with multiple data. So we need to choose the dataset config. First, create a file in which enter this file name, because if we send this request, FT pull request, in the next time it will send the message because we are getting the error. This file already exists in the remote site. So each time we need to send the file with different names. To overcome this issue, we need to create one CSV file in which first row enter the name, and this is the file's names. In this scenario, we are sending three files. So here add, right click on thread group, add config element. In the config element, click on CSV dataset config. First, we need to browse this file, click on browse, and then click on ftp.csv. Now, create a variable before sending the request with CSV dataset config. Let's check whether it's working fine. So click on run. Now we are getting the successful response for 200 with the response message. Okay. In this scenario, multiple requests are sending because we are using loop count is equal to 3. Let's change the value 3 to 1, clear all results, and then again run this test. Now, only 2 requests will be sent to the server in the first FTP. In the get request, this request are sending. This is the URL with the protocol. In the response data, we are getting this response from the server. In the FTP, this is the URL with the complete path. Now, use the CSV dataset config. Here we are using this file, and then add the variable name instead of hard-coded value here. In the remote file, suppose we want to send the multiple files. So in this first row, which is name, we need to create the variable here. For creating the variable, first use dollar, curly brackets, and then name, and then save this test plan. Let's run this test and check whether it's working or not. Run this test. Get request has been successfully sent to the server, and same as well. This request has been successfully sent to the server. Here, one thing we need to notice that readme 1211 only first line is read from this CSV file, because here enter thread group. If number of threads is equal to 1, we need to change the value here 1 to 3 because we have 3 records in this file. Let's again run this script. We can verify on here by clicking on this refresh the file, and here you can view readme 1 to 1 file has been successfully sent to the remote site. Let's run this test with loop count equal to 3 and click on run. First clear the all results. We need to clear all the results and again run the test. Now FTP get request sent, put request readme 1211 and the second get request sent, and this is second record readme 1212 and total 6 request has been successfully sent to the server. We can verify this files has been successfully sent to the server. Let's check. Here you can view readme 1 to 1 and this file has been successfully sent to the server. Same as well, we can view the get request because we in the get request we are fetching the records from the server and this file will be saved in this location. See users del catch1.csv. In this location this file will be saved. We are going to talk about templates in JMeter. Templates are a great way to save time and simplify your test creation process. Whether you are new to JMeter or an experienced tester, templates can make your life easier. Let's jump right in. When you open the JMeter, you can click on this template option. On open this, multiple templates are available. You can add these templates in your test plan. These are the summary of this test plan. If you want any help on this template, for example, this is bean shell sampler. So this is the useful link. You can click on this link and you know about the sampler bean shell sampler. Now, add the template. You can add the template from this option. Click on file and then click on templates. Let's add a template here. Click on this functional testing test plan and then click on create. After click on create, the template has been added. We can add multiple templates in this thread group. So click on this thread group, click on templates, and now you can view here the option is showing merge. Click on merge. This template has been added in this test plan. Now save this template, click on file and then click on save. Now it will ask for the location this file will be saved. You can change the name here. Suppose we want to save this test plan inside this bin folder and then enter the file name test plan and then click on save. This template has been successfully saved into this bin location. Now, I will show you how you can create the template in JMeter. Let's find out this test plan. Make sure you add this file with this name, file name, and then extension which is .jmx. copy this file and then open the templates folder. Here template folder present. Open this templates folder. This all the templates. Suppose you want to perform the load testing of the database, so you can add the template from this location. Paste this template here. After paste this file, you need to change some configuration. Open these templates and make sure you open this file on the Notepad++. Now, these all the templates and useful links here available. Let's add one more template here. Copy this template and paste here. In this, you need to enter first template name. This is the template name. First, enter the template name test plan templates and then enter the description. You can enter the description here. Now, we need to enter the file name. So, the file name here testplan.jmx. Change this file name and enter testplan.jmx. This is basically the location of this file which is present in this folder testplan.jmx. Now we have added the test plan name. This is the file name testplan.jmx and these are the useful links. You can add the heading 1, heading 2 and the description here in this section. Now save this file and restart the JMeter for reflecting the changes. Click on file and then click on restart. Now changes will be reflected when the JMeter will open. JMeter is opening. Yes, JMeter has been opened. Now let's check whether this template is successfully added or not. When creating a template in JMeter, the main reason is to save time and ensure consistency. Templates allow you to reuse pre-configured test plan. We can use the template which reduces repetitive setup work and ensure standardization across projects. This is especially useful for beginners to learn, for experienced tester to maintain efficiency in testing workflows. Now, let's check whether this template added or not. Click on this and search here test plan template. Yes, template has been successfully added. Click on test plan template and then click on merge. Here you can view this test plan. That is for today's tutorial on creating a template in JMeter. The main reason for creating the test plan is to save time and ensure consistency.